I think we will get started. It is time, chat, it is time. Let's head on over and do some daily quests first. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just getting started here. I think we're gonna do some daily quests in the time being. Up until, what's going on? Oh, there's so much going on. Anyway, a little hungover today, but we're making it work. Hydrates today will be for water, just like last stream. Double checking to make sure everything is all good. I probably should have put on like a waiting screen and made everything happen beforehand, but we're here now. We are here now. We'll get these daily quests done nice and quick. Hi, Scarlet. And then we will get going with some Shadowbringers. Now the question was, do I do job quests first? Or do I do the MSQ? And I'm wondering what people are thinking. I can make a poll in a minute, probably. Let's do that. Let's make a poll. Slash poll. And we'll make it a nice and long one. 10 minutes should be fine. What first? Unlock new jobs. Do MSQ. Something else. Okay. There we go. Polls up. Go ahead and vote. Vote, 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 vote. We'll decide on what we want to do first. Give you all some time to get your votes in. See what we want to do. This one, I believe... Is it the Griffin? Oh, it's the Griffin. Okay. Yeah, and I might sound a little low energy, a little hoarse today, and that is because I got really drunk last night and had a lot of fun, but it ended up with me sleeping on the bathroom floor, so we're vibing. We're vibing. Still recovering a little bit. I do think tonight will be a solo stream as well. Unless we have anyone else who wants to join. I know, patches, in terms of patches, there's a lot of things that our high-level player friends are doing today. So it might be hard to get some people in, but I did promise some Shadowbringers, so that's what we're gonna do today. I don't know why I'm going back immediately, but I guess it's on my way anyways. Get these last couple done. Check the poll. Do MSQ right away. Is that you, Scarlet? Alright, we can do MSQ right away, if you'd like. If anybody else has any other opinions, feel free to vote. Who is adding me? Chocola? Code worked. Ah, yes. Glad to see it. I did grab Chocola a code for the chicken emote. They paid with their soul. Apologize if there's going to be any background noise today. I'm am streaming a little earlier than I usually would, and that was the case yesterday too. Oh, I should leave OBS up. Yes. That's what I should do. We're gonna get everything nice and finished up here. And we've got 8 people in the chat, so I think I'm good to start some Shadowbringers at that point. What's our reputation looking like? We're getting there. We've got a whole new set of reputation quests to do. It's gonna be interesting. Ooh, that was a weird pain in my chest. Anyway. We ignore it, we move on. Alright, let's send these in and we can get started. Where does it want us to go? Mordona? Sure. I don't know if I'll have the energy to voice things today, but... maybe we do wait. I think I'll wait until the poll is completely done before I make any rash decisions. Apologies if that's frustrating to anyone. We've got ads. Ads anyway. We'll head on over to Othard for a little bit. Ooh, and I also have my my hand-ins this day. That's gonna be nice. I'm sorry, I wish I could bring the energy. I mustered up all my energy to even start stream, but my daily cap is quite low today. Move a little closer because I think I'm probably a little quiet today. Make sure everyone can hear me all right. Got a couple lower, so I'm gonna go head to the lower ones first. And thank you, Krim. We are regular hydrating today. I'm sure you know. You're always lurking. No beer today. No beer today. I got so fucking wasted last night. Maybe a little later. I'll take that as a beer payment in advance. I don't have a water bottle amount. Fair enough. Alright, let's get the rest of these quests done. I think the poll should be ending pretty soon. Nice and chill. Calm before the storm. Before I get afflicted with this mystery illness that's been taking the scions out. Where is this thing? Am I blind? Giant clam. Alright, one more, and then we do the quest up top. We do the quests over in the starting area, and then we get started. Up we go. I think that's the thing that I'm looking at. Yes, it is. Some driftwood. It's looking like MSQ is winning right now. If there's any last minute voters, feel free. Oh, flower went live. That's what my ping was. Anyway. Oh yeah, and I can level up now. I'm very happy about that. I'm starting to get experience again. I gotta take a look at my challenge log. Do MSQ 1. Okay. We're gonna finish this up, and then we're gonna go straight into MSQ. Some more dungeons. Can't do PvP. Could do fates later on. Anyway. The Blue Artisan. What do you want me to do? You want me to blow things up? Confederate bombs. Oh, I just have to target it and use it. It's much better. Welcome in, welcome in. We are going to get started with some MSQ in a second here. We're just wrapping up this quest. Teleport right back into Tamamizu, get it all handed in real nice and quick, and then get going. Oh, Scarlet. Nice to see you. I hear a Scarlet. I see a Scarlet. How did I meet you, Scarlet? Was I waiting with you for like the Fox Fate? I can't remember. I think you popped into my stream actually. It might have been someone else that I'm thinking of. Let's see. I can take the quest now. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. I'm sorry, I'm delaying here. I don't care. Let's get to some Shadowbringers. It is time. We go to Mordona. Let's double check everything just before. Oh, it's working now. It's not working in my chat because I know some people started streaming the other day. Load, let me in, let me in. And we chat with Tataru. I got an item coffer out of this. Okay. Let's see. Good news, Suki. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. Path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. We better go and give him a hand. I will be playing Dark Knight for this, because this is the themed class. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is that mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. I'm gonna open something up real quick. And there's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Am I not live on... Oh, I am. Okay, okay. Perfect. Let's take a look. I'm gonna open this up and just take a look at this real quick. Now I know I'm not supposed to talk about this, but we are dual streaming right now. So I'm just double checking to see that everything is working on the other end. Anyway. That's all I'll say about that. So if you see me hallucinate some messages, no, I'm not. Have a little bit more water. And off we go. I think I want to change what mount I use as my main mount. We're going to get rid of this. I didn't mean to put it in there. I hope I didn't. I want to use one of the wolves. Use this one. And we want to go down to the base where Crystal Tower will be. Heading to the survey site, something. Oh, looking pretty. Let's take a look around. All right. I am very excited. This is a lot of people have said this is kind of their favorite setup or favorite expansion for Final Fantasy XIV. Come on, load. So I'm excited to see what's got everyone so hyped about it. There we go. Is this voiced?
Look how many people there are.
I'm gonna turn up Final Fantasy a little bit. I turned it down earlier. Hopefully the audio balancing is okay there. You can let me know if it's my voice is too quiet or whatever it is.
Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
I wasn't expecting Biggs to sound like that. That's kind of fun.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
How close am I to 100%? Not at all now. I was like, I'd say probably 90% prior, but because they've just added this expansion to the free trial, I'm quite far behind again. Hence why I'm getting started with this expansion so that I can start working on the bigger grinds. Yeah.
Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway?
I could try if you like.
They just targeted me like that, you're right.
No, we couldn't ask you to do
Pissing me
that.
off.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
What are we doing?
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their... What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Whoa.
Now I have you.
You
He's
all
got
right?
me.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
I can't seem to get comfortable in my chair.
This must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
It's supposed to happen? What?
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends.
And there we go.
Bring them home.
Nice and comfy now. Gotta find the friends and bring them home. Welcome in, everyone. We're just getting started with some Shadowbringers today. I do want to unlock the classes, but I think we can do that another day then. People did vote on MSQ, so... Not that I had a preference, I was okay with whichever. Whoa. Little shards of crystal. Or fireflies? I don't know. Likely crystal.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
We did everything right.
Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
John Fantasy. Ophelia.
The time has not yet come.
Or the Oracle of Light, I suppose. What's all this then? John Fantasy! Deltarune Chapter 5, The Field of Pink and Gold. Hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Glad to see you here.
Endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
A bonfire. I didn't know we were in the Dark Souls dimension. Oh, and he's smoking a pipe too. I want to be friends with this guy.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves.
Oh, it's that guy, technically. Like a another version of him. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I just sneezed and coughed at the same time. Yeah. Anyway. This time of night. I've been told, yes, I've been told. I'm very excited to see
Well,
it.
if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
Well, I'm a Dark Knight.
Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Yes, please. Yes, please. No!
Well,
and wares to sell. But you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the
Enticing me with
biggest settlement
shinies
for
like that
lands
and
around.
then taking it away. I hate this expansion now. It's over.
Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
I'm Shadowbringing my ass back to Eureka.
Dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire, its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew, between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt, the one true struggle.
It said the name, it said the name! Imagine I probably want to go up there, but it also wants me to go over here. Oh, no mount. Go first person mode. That's awesome.
Halt.
Viera, here.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
The guy that wrote the Dark storyline also wrote the story for this expansion. Yes, I have heard this, and I really did like the Dark storyline, so I'm happy to experience it again.
You will not say that? Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin, but instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
Badass. Those are the dancer chakrams, I think.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand.
Oh, brutal.
Everything all right, Captain?
They really hate that traveling salesman guy. Oh, is this who I think it is?
Quite all right, my lord. Just that.
A Sin Eater.
Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious
Crystal
friends, is it?
Exarch. Yes, that's who it is. And the fit is actually really cool.
Very well.
Definitely
I'll
not a
inform the
certain
others your
Tia.
guest is to be given the run of the city.
You can't get mad at me for spoilers. They spoiled it in the
Pray forgive
Shadowbringers
my
trailer.
less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Yes, they did.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions.
Anyway, Ven is gonna freak out when they get here. In about 2 years.
Right then. Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal
I think I'll wait a minute just for the people with ads. How are you all today, chat?
Thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
A little hungover, for those who haven't heard yet. But we're making it happen. No collabs today unless somebody else wants to hop into my Discord and whatnot. I'm such a liar? Well, I don't remember where it was spoiled, but it was spoiled for me. I'm also gonna pop that in chat. Maybe it wasn't the trailer. I don't know. I thought it was the trailer, but anyway, we'll get started with the cutscene in a minute here. I just want to make sure that all of our non-sub viewers have the chance to experience. I could have seen post stuff for sure. Yeah. Either way, I knew that Graha becomes a Scion because I saw the other trailers. Anyway, I think that should be enough time. People who get ads, are you still in ads? I'm gonna move on either way in a couple seconds here. Give you a countdown of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We continue. You can hop to ferry, but that's it? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like in terms of travel? I could probably go to ferry. I was in ferry earlier. Yeah. You have any idea how much trouble you've caused?
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand, but all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light.
Yeah, that's very important, Ren. You focus on that.
It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now.
Ren, if you want to do some Palace of the Dead later, I'd be more than happy to run some of that with you.
We call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity.
I Still have to solo it, but I don't mind getting some Aether Pool grips.
It was to save the First from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the First, you would bring salvation to the Source as well.
Yeah, they changed the die system. I got 999 dies. Some already.
What manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
A lot of people also think that Shadowbringers is coming out and at the end of this patch cycle instead of like right now, which is kind of funny. Long loading times. Not everyone can be as locked in as you, Ren. I'm excited to get more John Meteor fantasy. Ooh, nice.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
This reminds me a lot of Iceland, when I visited Iceland. Very pretty, nice geological features, lots of lavender, so lots of purple, and kind of a permanent twilight. Let's see here. Map. We got Scarlet over there. Thank you for joining us today, Scarlet. I'm in a cutscene, unfortunately. Sorry, Scarlet. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you to first gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetherite, a convenience with which I'm sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail to find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. I wonder what would happen if I didn't. If I just left. Would I never be able to get back? That's kind of funny. After you've done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetherite and head out to the left, arrive in the crystalline mean. This is where you will find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catlas, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him in his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps and take the exit on the left and simply continue down the path until you've come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I'd like you to meet is our Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He should be found in the markets where you can access from the opposite side of the Aetherite Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for this place. Trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Ha 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 ha. Very good. I concede. The layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach the citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you've finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard in the center of town. I don't have a drink, but pray meet me is enough. I'm gonna drink some water. And there's Scarlet. Still no mount. What a shame, what a shame. Alright, so the first thing that I do is I travel all the way back, right? To Eorzea, and I don't touch anything else. I don't even want to risk that, actually. To the left and below. Should also be attuning to these as I see them. Oh, and no flight. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Ooh, pretty. The Cabinet of Curiosity. And here's Morin. Excuse me, miss. Have you recently come to the city, perchance? Perchance. Hahaha. I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and well... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even? A scrap scribbled on parchment? My apologies, litter is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land were wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Perhaps a spot of academic research? Oh, so you've taken an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I've an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you. And here you are. Would you like to pull up a chair and make yourself more comfortable? Ahem. On with the lesson, then. Look at this little fruit basket. "100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland." Yet, just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. And thus was Norvant and Norvant alone spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in a different form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. I know this one. This is from the Lost City of Amdapor Hard. That boss. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their flugent presence stole the light from the night from Norvant's sky. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. Suki story time. Look at this little fruit. Fruity guy. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or, if you'd rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. What a lovely little twink. Oh, this way. Let's see. This area looks cool. I wonder what it does. If there's any purpose to it. Scarlet falling behind. I can't go through there? Okay. The crystalline mean and Catless. Let's say hi to Catless. Because they're a cat, I see. Was that Catless? I don't know. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. I would do different voices. I don't have the energy for it today. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking. So it's a damn sight safer in here than what it is out there. Safer and more civilized too. And thanks to the mean, we work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Geralt? Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Zemulrian layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have that whiff of indolence about you that some folk have met. You still can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him. And any friends of his are a friend of yours. Ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. Interesting. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystalitarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up. With the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into a thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, and yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He's indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he's never let us down. So if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you ought to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Oh boy. Just ask for Catlas, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline main. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Oh, so this is like a steampunk city. What does she mean? Crafting. It's probably something I can unlock later. Is Scarlet trying to show me something? Oh yes, the shard. The shard, the shard! I'll open up a map too. We've got one shard over here. Scarlet, I'm gonna go over to this shard over here first. If I can reach it. Just get everything unlocked while I'm here. And then we'll loop back around to this one over here, in the Docile Gate. And then I suppose I can go straight to the market, but I'm gonna go around and make sure I unlock everything first. So we've got a trader up here, the hunt boards and everything. So that's likely for summoning bell, that's for retainer stuff probably. The market board down here, repairs. Personal suite. Is that just an inn? Likely. And then we got our markets, and that's where we need to go next. I think I went the wrong way entirely. Right here. Baragi. Can anyone catch me up on what happened to Minfilia in general? She didn't die, did she, right? She was just the first person that got sent to this world? In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for Mistral such as yourself, so finding yourself something in your size shouldn't be a problem. Mistral? Aye, something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this out. See the two in front of us? The shorter one is a Hume, and the taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a Galgent, while the one with horns is a Duran. And then you would have the large scaly chaps with long tails and an knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zun. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, the same as the Exarch, huh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in the recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry, should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I will be here to answer your questions. Alright, let's go and speak with the Crystal Exarch. Whoever that may be. Ooh. Yes, it's complicated. It's just been a while. Got 2 coffers now. Should I be opening these? Probably. Let's see. Oh, don't want to flash anybody. That's a nice looking sword. And what about this? Okay, well I'll equip them, but then I'm gonna put back on my... Oh, insufficient armory chest space. Okay, never mind. I won't. Tower gate lies open then. Not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it best that we focus on the present. Greetings, madam. The Exarch awaits you within. Enter the Crystal Tower!
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the first. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace.
Oh, and I've been pissed about.
In your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or... That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelt here for 3 winters, all told. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
You bastard.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die.
Oh.
And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least? Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Ooh, give me a second, it's getting warm in here. Alright. Crystal Exarch. And I think I'm gonna level up after this one. I can't remember. Are there job quests at this point? I've been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path will take us there, past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. This feels eerie. Instanced, isn't it? Is it? Maybe not.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
Remember, there were a lot of materials that I could get at the Crystarium that I wanted during my crafting
yes.
journeys.
You must be curious about the currency. Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
iPhones.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the... Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here! Of course I'm here! What amusements do you have for me today?
What the hell?
My dear Fail.
Oh, Heg would love this.
Paragon of pixie kind. For you, this fine lady is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Okay.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Sne Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
That's interesting.
Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Probably Creole, but Creole.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium.
Is my body still in the source? That'd be my question. Because the others'
Right.
bodies are still
We were
there.
going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Hmm. It's very quiet here. um. Let's see. Crystal Exarch. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Penance for the duration of your stay to make use as you fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest here and recuperate. We shall reconvene in the ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. But thank you for answering my call, Suki. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Sure, let's take a look. Lots of world building in this expansion. You. John Meteor Fantasy.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source. What? Did you just... Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The warrior of darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I
No,
use an
it's
alias in
John.
the source.
John
The daft
Fantasy.
one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrad, Minfilia, and my friends. They surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away. leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed? A 100 years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Look at my tail. Alright. I suppose I can use one of the shards here. Scarlet! Into the crystal tower we go!
How did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest? That is good to hear. Should you want for anything, pray let me know.
I feel like this is a good setup, actually, for me being low energy and tired, a little hungover, because they're gonna do most of the talking for me. Anyway.
Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rakd. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island.
Yeah, short flight.
It is home to a city called Yulmu.
That's a larger distance. I'm sorry.
While away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armareng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the sea. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calicia or Armareng? It matters not which you choose to be. Simply inform me once you've made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount.
This is where we get
You
mounts
must be wondering about Thancred.
in this area.
He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of sin-eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
I'll take both quests. Force of habit, I keep skipping this dialogue. I only hope that my pardon sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. This is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, the master of a Martian caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and then he will see that you reach your destination. Okay, perfect. Hello. Hello, both of you. Both animal relics. Wait, I've got the where is it? Anyway, I should get back to it. Let's see. Ooh. That's kind of nice. Alright. No time for idle chitter chatter. Let's get to it. Oh, quests. I remember side quests. I'll do them later. I got some blue quests though. What's your current Black Mage relic weapon for Shadowbringers? That's the Bosgen ones, right? I'll get to that eventually. This is the closest, so this is the one we're gonna take. I could also, well, it's up there. I was gonna say, I could also take that blue quest, but... Alright. What's next? Both of them say that I go here. I miss having a very clear map with no quests. I'll get to it very soon. The Amaro launch. We'll talk with Cassard real quick too. You're looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Oh, friend of the Exarch, hoping to meet someone in Am-Arang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. What are we thinking, chat? Wait here, please. The master should be with you, along with the mounts shortly. Oh, did it already take me there? I was gonna say, which one should we go? But I guess we're doing this one. That's okay.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
In search of Elfino. Pretty. Blargle. It's the people you should be wary of. I'm also, just give me a second here. I'm going to job quests. Dark Knight quests. Level 70 are compromised, so I have to wait until level 80 to get my next job quest. That's perfect. So I'll just unlock skills as I go. It rivals the Crystallarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against the Abominations. For years, the Amorian elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They've gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority. While we are not at war, our relationship with Elmore is strained at best. It would be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I'm glad we understood each other. Now, the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that would make you finding your friend a good deal easier, and listen closely. If you head along the south coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ebor. Ebor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Clotia, and would be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme that should let him know that you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend, and I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. I can use my mount here. I imagine the hobgoblins are gonna try to beat me up. That's okay, I'm a tank. Gel, no. Will this level me up, perhaps? Not quite. Alright, let's go to the fishing hut. Music goes all weird whenever an enemy attacks you. Or rather, it seems that there's no music at all. What are you after? Fish? Crab? I think I've got eel in a barrel somewhere if you've got a taste for them. Lake thyme. Oh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in the pan, and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Let me adjust here. Now, what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphanode, eh? I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Elmore's richer than all of Norvent put together, but it's a different story for them as live outside the city, and most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others out stand out all the more. I could say this about a lot of different places in Eorzea, and I suppose the first no, but it's all pretty striking parallel to how certain places run their governments in the world. Anyway, we're gonna move on from that. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now, and get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for the Still Tide, that's the fishing village up the path here. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern that locals call the Leaky Neal. Wait there, and I'll see that Alphino joins you. I'm gonna see if I can't... No, it wouldn't let me level me up anyway. We're very close, but... Let's see. P. Actions. Do I unlock anything for level 1? The 71. No, but very soon I'll get those two, and I will not be able to get... No, I will be able to get Living Shadow. Oh. I'll take these whenever they're around. Scarlet. The Leaky Keel. Quite the tavern, huh? First time in a tavern, it's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What will you be having? Okay. Ale. Gill. And those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? Sorry, dear, I doubt they have value. But I don't have a touchstone to test their purity. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity. I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors, so we'll have to come to some other arrangement. Here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, and then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring, like it or not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. The Iron Frog. I imagine that's a hunt target. Probably not the wisest thing to challenge that right now. So quiet. Blighted crop. How are you grabbing? I don't see you here. I don't see you here. Fuck. Ugh. Sorry about that. Give me a sec. I need some water. There we go. Just dying a little bit. No worries. Why am I coming down with something? I know my dad has the flu right now. Be ashamed. Getting ready for bed because you have to be up early for work. Do what you gotta do. Thank you for popping by though. As always, I do appreciate it. Like I said, it's not particularly exciting what we're doing today, so... Perhaps they're hard of hearing. Knock a third time. Well, it's exciting in a way, but, I don't know, like I said. A little sleepy. A little hungover. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for quite some time. Odd scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Ooh. Brutal. Crystalarium there. This area down here, this area over here. 5 when only 4 were outlined. Interesting. Over here. Bad news, miss. Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town outside Elmore. You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. You better. I don't know. Hard work? What does it equate to here? One drink? It's some expensive drinks.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, well, Finot, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well. Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire. Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin-Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
I didn't think seeing Alphino would make me feel so happy. It has been a while. If you time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough... Ugh, my voice is... I'm losing it. You may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Elmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west, and then cross a small bridge. Eureka has trained me well. Look at this guy. What the hell? Oh, and also level 71. Almost forgot that. No, get away from me. Over there. Quickly, someone's in trouble. A Sin Eater. Forgiven cowardice. My greatest enemy yet. Is it just me or do the pea puddles look more orange? Did you really get that checked out? I just saw something that's a little concerning to me. Give me a second. I need to message someone and make sure that they are okay. See if they respond at any point. Alright. Well, we can't be distracted by that. We must keep moving on. My poor heart. Thank you, young miss. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you alright, madam? Just a few breezes from where I fell, nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let it stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Elmore with the rest of them. I doubt those fancy lords and ladies would elk an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now I'm sure a strapping young lass like you has a little fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. 'Tis as the lady says, many in this plot have abandoned their home to live in Elmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Brief history then. 'Twas not long after the flood swallowed up the better part of the world that the Sin Eaters first appeared, some beastly, some bestious. Yet regardless of their form, all seem incapable of speech, and they are all driven by the same insatiable appetite for mortal aether. They are predators, and we are their prey. Closia suffers from far fewer attacks than most regions, but even so, the list of the Sin Eaters' victims grows longer by the day, a tragedy without end. Still, we have won a small victory this time, at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follows the path that leads west. we'll get some more map done, and get a little bit more experience. Just a tiny bit. Not sure if Scarlet's still following us. It's okay though. Funky looking creatures here. Germinant. While I'm here, let's grab this part of the map too. Come on. There we go. And we'll grab the one to the side. Experience is experience. No, like I said, I'm sure you've got your own stuff you're doing. I don't really see much purpose in following me. I just wasn't sure if you wanted to be following me or not. If you are going to bed, then you should go to bed. I appreciate you for being here, Scarlet. You have a lovely rest. Oh, pretty. Look at the shine on my sword.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond.
Yulmore, okay.
This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh?
Just give me a second to respawn here.
Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
Okay. Just gotta check on the homies.
She's not here to compete. Leave her be.
What? I was only making
Ooh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please!
Clown girls. He knows what I'm talking about.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who
Oh, that's me, that's me.
Seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu. Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority?
It's not the only
It is
reason for its
also known
fame.
as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having Seeing your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in a city of splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
Lucky, lucky.
Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident!
Something doesn't seem right here.
For you! Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
I think she wants me. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city this far have come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Yulmore's current ruler came into power. And yet from what I've seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I've tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. Their attitude is so entrenched now, and I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Giltown and judge the situation yourself. Gatetown. Wants me to go down here? Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gatetown's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe, and the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. You made it look tasty. And it's probably laced with something. I don't know. Let's see here. Bubbling cook pot. A large pot brews over flames, pale chunks, meal, you realize, float in the otherwise plain broth. Preoccupied petticoat. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits for me inside those halls. Oh, will they ever pick me? Alright, let's head back to Alfie. You've seen what Giltown has to offer. And these people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal and believe Elmore is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable to conceive of any other way of life. It is difficult to make a final judgment without first seeing the city's inner workings. Mayhap it is that uncertainty which always makes me feel so ill at ease here. Not that it matters. However unjust the system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it's hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Elmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the land are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I'm not convinced that Elmore's generosity truly serves the best interests of Cloetia's people. I'm not so naive to think that there is some miraculous solution to all of this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hands of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken these long-delayed steps through Elmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Suki. I've been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the seas surrounding the island. The Ondo, they are called, though you and I may know them as Sahagan. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos, and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor. Would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Emulian lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make this exchange? Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, we must pay a visit to Mosha Moa, my supplier in the right. Come, it is just northwest of here. Fickle existence. Well, off we trot. 3 Aetherites in this location. Interesting. Let's get some of the map revealed while I'm at it. Here's one section. Let's get the other section down here. Ooh, fancy. It's a fancy little settlement. What is this guy doing? Stand stuff. Alina, thank you for coming in. We're just getting sort of started. We've met with Alfie, and we're getting through the quests here. I'm a little tired, so I'm trying to voice what I can, but I keep skipping. But anyway. Stick around if you'd like to hang out and watch some Shadowbringers. Otherwise, I'm going to give Alina a quick shout out, and we'll get right back to it. Alina. There you are. Alina's lovely. They do raid content, some more high-end content, so if you are in the market for something like that, definitely check them out. Good day to you, Moshe Moa. This is my associate Suki. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Huh? I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. I would change up the voices, but I'm just too tired for it, to be honest. Mr. Lad. Short blue hair? No, he said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. And Walker Mount Farming? Nice, nice. Confound it. Someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You'll find a vantage point on the south side of the town, and I shall take the west. I'll go down. All the mobs here are so funky, I've been saying it. I was liking the iguanas that I was looking at earlier. I mean, these are just taken from other models, but these wood eyes look cool. It's an interesting exploration into like an alternate, I suppose, universe. One of these, I see. Is this not the guy right here? Located our quarry. Enjoy your lurk. See you around, Alina. I gotta get some more commands set up and whatnot. People like to use a lurk command, so maybe that's gonna be the next one. I wonder if my beer command is working. Let's try it. Beer. Doesn't look like it's working. That's a shame. Whatever. Suki, any sign of him? Right there. You have a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes as good as escape. One of these days I'll fix the beer command. Oh boy. Okay, fine. Kill you nice and quick. Easy, easy.
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea.
By the way, Alina, I'm gonna send you a message real quick. Anyway. Okay, we're good to go.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
Welcome in, everyone.
I was to make my deal.
We're a little
with the Underworld
silent here.
players. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmorans' interest.
Just so that we can let Alfie speak.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
Yeah, I'm gonna try to be quiet during the cutscenes best I can. Or at least talk between speech.
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless? Indeed. We will find another way. I promise you. Shall we return to Rite then? Is that?
Is that what?
I can't be sure, but I think someone's... Come on, they may...
Off we pop. And we'll be unlocking a bit more of the map here, so we'll get some more experience. I'm very excited to get my new skills. I think this is the biggest thing for the free trial expansion for me. Besides my despair and anguish over having to do Bozja now, on top of Eureka. But, yeah, I'm very excited to try some new kit out. Almost there. It's a shame that I can't fly and I don't have my speed ups and everything. Whoa. And this is the first time I heard that track. Why did that come on? Is that the battle music? I mean, I've been in a battle before and it didn't play music like that. Interesting. Perhaps a bug? Not sure. Anyway, that should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy, mercy, I beg of you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. Poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? Settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristal. I was invited into Yolmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Valthry's city. Within days, they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I was meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the basilitude into the God's damned ocean. From up there, how were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though, if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizen condoned such barbaric punishment. Ugh. Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Valthry passes judgment, no one as much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yolmore, his word is law. Alice Law. The more I hear about Yolmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Away into the city. Perhaps he is our key? Suppose I can just teleport. As long as this guy doesn't turn around. See what Tristal has to say. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. If you would permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yolmore, insofar as I'm able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach, but since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take of this. It's my favorite paintbrush. Yolmorian elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. If I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used paintbrush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. City of Final Pleasures. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristal has repaid us with a gift that as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with the brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, I don't mind taking a subordinate role. Mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it's settled. All we need do is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. Vile? Not what I was saying earlier. we do have to make the trek over. That should be okay though. No extra experience boosts this time. It also wouldn't be a bad idea to make Marlith my hometown so I get the experience bonus, but I think I'll do it the old-fashioned way. Not sure. Anyway, how are people feeling? Are we good with continuing on the MSQ? I've been enjoying it so far. I wouldn't mind trying to unlock Gunbreaker and Dancer soon. A test of courage. What was this for? Oh yes, yes. That's the society quest. I'll finish up with that sooner or later. I do think once we hit 3 hours, I may take a quick break and grab myself some food. I don't know how late we'll go tonight. Ba-ba. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed a peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we've a place for a painter of a plum. So come along now and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. I can paint. Portraits, at least. Landscapes and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Aha, ho ho, Flecks of paint, both old and new. A tool, much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop, and very well. Come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on, well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. She whose unfailing support always allows my art to flourish. I will go with her or not at all. Parasite, then. We shall leave her fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our last vacant space, we retire to Yulmar's sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the meal! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back. Look how happy they are. And in this loading screen, you hate to see it. Let's take a look here. We've got 9 quests, we've finished 5. Oh, and a cutscene.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days.
Yulmore.
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
This place honestly doesn't look that great. I mean, I guess it's nicer inside. The Glory Gate. I suppose it's kind of the artistic rendition of somebody who is living in excess and splendor. You know, everything inside is extravagant and beautiful, and then on the outside, all is laid to ruin. Oh, anyway, I should be reading. Oh, and pay no mind to these folks off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gate Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means, take your time. Why waste another moment? Go enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? Suppose we had better show ourselves willing for the time being. I'm gonna take a run around. I suppose I probably want to do that from the outside if I want to go to any of these places. We're gonna grab all of the aetherites that we need. City of Final Pleasures, where you can do wherever you want, but you can't go on your mount. A shame. We have an apothecary here. And our last shard. And we can teleport straight back to the entrance. Like I said, yeah, it looks better inside. I still think it's a little odd of a place. And their clothing looks nice. Welcome to Yulmore, my friends. May I have your names? I'm Alphino, an artist, and Suki is my assistant. Ah, yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Yulmore are divided into two classes. And there are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Faltry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You'll be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen, in your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free or accept work as a general laborer. I see. And might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually, Chinese and Dula Chai, a mistral couple from whom most refer to as the Chais. Both are gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. Have some water. All in order, and these are your registration documents. Food has been made and consumed. Let's go. I was just thinking I should get some food quite soon here. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Elmorian citizens. Alina, are you not subscribed? Just give me a second here, chat. And there you go. Now you are. I also get half of that money back, so it's not as big a thing as you think it is. So don't worry about it. What have we here? Alpino, artist. Suki, artist's assistants. To be employed in the service of the Chais. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Chai residence before. Oh dear. You smell hideous. You crawl here through a ditch. It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Sorry, that's me. Proceed directly to the delousery next door and scrub yourself clean. Use whichever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourself with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Cornerain, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. I didn't realize we were so aromatic. Like garlic, buddy, like garlic. Confirmed that Suki is stinky. I don't like that it's called delouser. It makes me think that it's not just a shower. This all feels very, like, concentration campy. What the hell? Ass? Oh my god. That's gross. This way, I think, right? No? Apply the sweet-smelling perfume. Ah, I see. Look at that. Wait, there's so many. There's so many good ones there. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons, then? Alina, the person that I was playing games with the other day, they have lore for their character, and their lore is that they're canonically stinky because they live underneath a bridge, and I think that's fun. You're looking to present yourselves to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of the other. This layer is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters, and above that you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs, and then look for the Grand Dame's parlor, and they'll be in there like as not. They showed me their house and their own like personal quarters, and they've got just like a futon with a bunch of like bottles on it. And I'm like, that's awesome. This would be the military area, right? No. Yes. Wait, there's Aethernet here, right? Did I already pass that? Perhaps I did. Let's get the Aethernet thing. Wonder if I can jump down. Doesn't look like I can. Can I go through here? I didn't see a doorway. It's fine. I'll get one later. You gotta just jump down? Okay. Look at me going back and forth. Somehow I'm gonna end up in one of these cells, I know it. Is there a way out up here? Looks like maybe. Is this where I was? Did I have access and I just didn't see? I'm silly. I'm so silly. Also, like, they just buy the apprentice thing, like my artistic apprentice, while I've got this massive ass sword on my back. They're like, yeah, that sounds about right, you know? I guess so. What? Special permission is required to use the Aetherite? Okay. And here are the Chais. Oh boy.
Who's this then?
I didn't think Square would do plus-sized characters. Considering that you couldn't really make yourself that big in the character creator. It's my artistic sword for artistic expression. Indeed. I paint with blood.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers.
Oh boy.
I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Alfino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Check out my sword.
Your assistant?
I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis she who best understands my work. With her unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture is begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than her being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city she has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for her priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on her behalf.
Oh, did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have her wish. She shall be free to roam to our heart's content.
I'm gonna...
Isn't that right, darling?
It worked out, but like, I think that's probably the most fishy thing, or worst thing you could do, even. You go up immediately to your employers and you're like, oh yeah, let me start making demands.
Oh yes, yes, of course, dearest. Quite.
As always, yes, Alpino raising the bullshittery. Okay, there's gotta be a sound bug, because I didn't even get the... There we go. Maybe it's just lagged? I'm not sure. Sorry. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Gather information in the canopy. Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, 'tis lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big strong lad? Long hair, tied back? He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief. And now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on my message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Luxury trader. What do they sell here? Oh. Oh, okay. 25 mil? Okay. Oh my god. And no one's like come by and been like, hey, let me help out. Gotta be rich, yeah. Wicked white, and that was too close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch far enough. Risk your life for a scrap of cloth? It's not just a scrap of cloth, not if it belongs to her. I'd risk my life and more to spare my mistress but a single moment of sadness. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. There's so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There's no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect, yet none of them wanted to help you. And my mistress has been so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Croatia where I would be happier. Sorry, I may have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. I doubt that. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet. I must return to her immediately. My attendant told me everything. I'm so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You value him highly, then. As if he were a member of my own family. I could not live the wonderful life I lead without him. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society our different standing would breed prejudice or resentments. But in Yilmore, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. It's an all-inclusive resort. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you. Of course, our most courageous messenger turned rescuer. Taste of honey. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. Tour of the city, is it? And you really must visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tisa B usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Like, it's honestly quite a sad club, quite a sad place in general. Like, I don't know. Anyway, welcome to the Beehive, my little drone. Like, for an all-inclusive, this is shit. Like, I'm sorry. Seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see. Always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to put you at ease, then? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor, within reason, of course. Interested? Ready for a game of high or low, then? Let's play. Oh, she's cute. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Well, my total is gonna be lower, I imagine, because you got 2 max cards, it seems. Yeah, easy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the audio is bugged. And, oh, have I disconnected? Either way, I'll take a look at, system configuration, sound settings. Everything should be... Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Not much of high and low. Three cards for you, 3 cards for me. One of yours over, 2 of mine. This music's playing. Oh, you've got a 9. Easy. Is this game supposed to be hard? I don't know. Would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell Autista what she can do for you. That all? How delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then it is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Valtry was born with power to command them, which means no Elmoran ever need raise a hand in defense of this city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch is still scratching, you might get a few words out of Arthur over there. There's naught that Mary Sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. Arthurin. So many Mikote. Only just arrived and you're already looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. Tell you what, you can hop up on stage and give us a dance first, and then we can come and have our little talk. This is where I get the bee's knees. Dance. Kind of odd to ask a woman you just met to dance up on a pole. But okay. My streaming audio is weird because the music goes off key and sometimes sounds a little creepy. I don't know why that would be. Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah, yeah, something about our fair city. Here's what I'll do. I'll turn on audio capture. Is that working now? Doesn't look like it's working. What's going on? Audio output capture, properties. Okay, audio should be doubled right now. And if I turn this off, that should keep things from going odd. It might be because I use desktop audio so that I can capture Discord as well and whatnot, but we'll keep it to this. What's creepier is just the fact that nothing is happening. Things changed for us, around 20 years ago, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see. Turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Yulmore, no longer an enemy to be feared. Yeah, I could restart my game. I think maybe that would improve the experience a bit. And yet elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Pah! A toast to Lord Valthree. Alright, let's exit game and we'll be right back. This might also be a good time because it is 3 hours now. I could grab some food. Wouldn't mind grabbing some food. I think perhaps that's maybe what I'll do. Food time. Steam has to update now. That's a shame. Oh yeah, and when I launched Final Fantasy earlier, it was having troubles launching. So we'll see if I can even get it to do what I need it to do. Are you seriously gonna do this to me, Steam? Come on. There we go. Maybe? And now to type in all of my details, my credit card information. my authenticator. 124. Probably shouldn't be saying that out loud, but it doesn't really matter. Is this going to launch properly, or am I going to have to do the fix again? Sorry, chat. Looks like I need to do the fix again. Oh my god, technical difficulties everywhere. When will it end? Okay. Now I need to close Steam entirely. And try. See if this works. Worked last time. And there we go. No, it's okay. I agree that it's probably a good idea to have some music in the areas. At any rate, I think I'm gonna go grab myself some food while this loads up, and hopefully the music is fixed when I come back. I will be right back. One more thing before I go. Alright, chat. I have obtained my food. Thank you, thank you. I think I'm gonna take a couple bites, then we can get started. Chicken sandwich. Big thanks to Chocola for buying me chicken. Delish. Alright, let's head on back to Alfie. Do you all know what time it is? Do you know what time it is? I think it's time for someone to redeem a hydrate. I never learned my lesson. I never learned my lesson. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon. You needn't have hurried back. Young Alphino is yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Are good artists, apparently. Yeah, I got water right here. It's okay, Alina. Oh my god, Suki. Thank you for the hydrate. Whoa. Would you look at that? I put together an ensemble out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh goodness gracious me, that last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However, how am I ever to decide? I don't recall this part of the artistic process. Exactly, the lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we call him here. Sorry, chat. I'm eating between breaths. That was a particularly big bite. Give me a second. I'm gonna let you all read this next bit. I preferred Alfie's previous outfit there. But that was a nice look for him with the poncho. Poncho-like thing. I don't know. Lady Chai has a particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging in these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the lair below us and sniff out about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own story to tell. Well, I'd use the Aetherite, but I don't think I'm allowed. Let's see. Wants me to go down further? Sure. I knew I'd end up in these cages. Audio's been sounding good? Yeah, that's fair enough. And if you're sleepy, you gotta go. I know it is 12 for you, and it is only 9 for me, so I'm not even sure how much longer I'm going to go. I might go like a full 8 hour, I might not. Anyway. You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me. Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. My patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then I need you to seek out the derelicts and describe my condition to Thorak. Here's a list of my symptoms and a hunk of mail to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. Suppose I can use the Aetherite to go out. Night soil pots. You need medicines, tonics, potions? A cure for ailing a voice, is it? No, no medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder? Or simply silence her chirps? Your face. You don't know. Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpse. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest, gone. Town of nightmares it is. Not for this ship's rat. Oh no, no. I'm content to scurry down here and nibble on the crumbs that which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my mail. Good day. Enjoy. Thank you. Have a nice lie down. I have been having fun so far. Listen back to my audio when I'm done streaming. Okay. So that's it. What am I to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir. Have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... Have another bite here. You guys might have to read soon. So you've been suffering all this time. Ascension. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them onto celestial paradise. It's through Lord Valkyrie that we learn this truth. It is through Lord Valthi's grace that the people free of Illamar are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should the patrons deem them worthy. Lord Valtry is truly a great man, isn't he? Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. Jimkin. So I guess this is where all the bonded go when there's a problem with them? Oh wait, I go down there. I think I have to walk all the way back up. That's annoying. Whatever. Another bite of chimkin, I think. Methinks. I hate when you get like a piece of cartilage in the chicken. Not bad. It's good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry something had happened. I began sketching out an outline for the portrait. But nay, the Chais appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned this far? So, Lord Valtteri boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters? Does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where did they go? What in the blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Algernon. Where's your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated this portrait to commemorate your anniversary, yours being a joyous union. It seemed to me that a realistic portrayal. Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... I say, did that come from above? Oh, these two. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There's a villain on the loose set to ruin our fair city. But our lord's got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it our fall who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing? That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Valtry resides. Ordinarily, you'd be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening the doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. Okay, better not dawdle then. An execution. It's my favorite activity. Only a little bit of chicken left. Sorry, chat. Whoa.
That's him. That's Vorthry.
What the hell?
He is attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep...
Mercy! Mercy!
By the 12.
Oh, it's gonna be him. Yeah.
Kaishia, what happened?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their
Lord Vorthry, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your...
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Yours is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that? What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
I feel bad for you, Hag. I've been missing you all night.
Sin eaters are part of Yulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked.
Thank you for the 5 stream.
Unsatisfactory performance.
I'm gonna be a little quiet here. Just watching a cutscene.
'Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept. But to humiliate him thus? To demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Oh, dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
What do you think of the big whiny baby?
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Tell him, Alfie!
Can you walk?
I think so.
Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! And tear out their hearts!
Still can't get the Aetherite in there, which kind of sucks, but that's okay. Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again. Though it's probably for the best that we leave this island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of this world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that a battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Kulisha. We'll accompany you back to the Crystitarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaishir, I've done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate. I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had known but the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It's me who made a mess of things, not you. Even after all the trouble I caused, you stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Valtteri wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I'm sure we can find work for you there, if you are willing. Welcome in, everyone. We're just doing some Shadowbringers today. No. That would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking. Learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well. But you must promise you'll be careful. The Elmorians may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. You take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Yeah, that sounds pretty fucking rough, I'm not gonna lie, Hag. Alphina! Lord and Lady Chai! What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you! I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now, I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted to me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Valtteri and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving. But I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the course, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. I hope my fucked up voiceover is providing good background music or background noise for you there, Hag. Good background noise for you there, Hag. Fuck. Still feel weird about calling you Hag. That's okay though, you know. Don't you know? Anyway. I'm more confident when I do the Canadian voice. I think it helps me out. It helps me out quite a bit there. It's just comfortable. It's just fucking comfortable, you know. No. No, I need to talk over here first. Let's go find Alfie real quick. Real quick, like. It's been a quieter stream. I think that's because it's patch day. Well, it's not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for. Our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the first are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Valtteri and his subjects. Well, you don't want me to call you Licious. I'm not gonna call you Licious. I'm not gonna call you what you don't want me to call you. I just hate to call you something that's got a negative connotation associated with it. I'm sure you don't mind, but I mind a little bit. Not enough that I wouldn't want to call you by your preferred name. That's an auto invite to the club? Oh, okay. I'll think about it. Was that all the quests that I needed to do? Looks like we've got another cutscene here. We're gonna go visit LSA.
Areng. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Areng, once rose.
Nabath, Areng.
When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Areng meant majestic land in the language of his people.
I don't know if I'm ready to become your drag child, Licious.
And so it might still be.
Sorry.
Not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Maybe one day. If the egg ever cracks. Ugh, no matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to stop me. Or to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night though. The sky is still bright, of course, but it gets fucking brisk. Brisk enough to make you shiver. No, the Exarch's letter. I was sent to take you to an inn at Journey's Head there, which is this is where Alize is staying. But that's a fair old distance from our point of view here. So I suppose we make a stop in Mordscood to break up the trek. Allow me to attend to some business. You get to enjoy the local hospitality, eh? Sounds good? Good. Alright, you lot. I am off, and I better not see the fucking goods covered in sand when I get back there. And you, Suki, give your balls a tug. Let's go. Giga Tender. That's awesome. Picking up the Mons? Oh, picking up the money? It's just your book club? How to be so honest, Peg, and this is gonna strike as very true. You're gonna think, oh, that makes sense. I don't read. I used to read like a lot, but I just don't read anymore. Hormones, I see, yes. They built them quite big, didn't they? That's question. I'm doing this guy in Canadian, aren't I? They built them quite big there, didn't they? Oh, that's Qual Shar, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabath Areng. Seeing what was left behind there, I believe it was when they say that it was once one of the Norvent's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along, and great chunks of Nabath Areng's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying there anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress there has become little more than a marrow roost for me and my caravan. Yeah, right? But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait till you see Mord Squad. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Jesus fucking Christ. Give your balls a tug there, shall we? Well, I mean, it is ruins, you know? great calamity washed upon these lands. Like I said, it's been a quieter stream today, so I'm very glad you're here, Heg. I'm glad you offered, seemingly offered, me a chance to be one of your drag children. I don't know that I'll pick you up on that, but I appreciate it. I'm honored to be under consideration. Now, if you want to do something for me, you could hit that hydrate button. I was doing only water earlier, but I ran out of water, so I think we're fucking giving her tonight. Again, I'm gonna end up on the bathroom floor again asleep. Oh, good fucking times. Let's fucking go. Yes. Fucking rights. Wonder how Lulu's doing. I'd like to do a collab with her at some point. She's quite the lovely individual. Look at this fucker. I've never seen these guys without their masks on. That's a kobold! What the fuck?
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mordsuk.
Mordsuk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mordsuk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do, for Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
Oh, okay.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less.
Whoa.
The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy, you buy?
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat the 3 before you leave.
Alright. Let's go say hi to Ron. Welcome to Ron's Traveler. I have wares to empty and your purse to fill, and to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Ooh. Well, I do like pitas, but I think I'd want the pitas with the meat. What are these? Olives? Worms. That's my ever-burning bounty. Made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with specialty spices. Some might find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. As for bread, we have these pitas. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bitter, sweet cactus fruit. That sounds really good, actually. So even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. It keeps you going in the heat. Everyone's favorite, plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed regular, you'll never want any other treat. Well, they've made worms sound enticing. Skewers! Ooh, frog? Not French. Well, I am French, but you'll like those. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks. Spear them with a stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. Why, thank you, Ron. Casting 8 minutes. Ooh. They look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Ever-burning bounty. Yes, put some spice in your step. You won't feel the cold this night, and probably not the next one either. Spicy meat sounds delicious. You have the gold. And done. One Vorbwet honor buys you 10 slides of lizard meat. 10 slides? This gold was expensive. Might as well give me the whole fucking thing. Will you eat the lot? Every last mouthful. What an appetite, what a belly! A new legend is born in Mod Suk. Consider your point purse correct. I'm pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you've honored ours. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. Alright, let's, I'm gonna do something real quick. Let's put this over here. In search of LSA, City of the Mord, working off the meal. You have courage there, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on that road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I still have deals left to close before I conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Oh, offering your services, are ya? Aye, well, an assistant might help hurry things along there. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for and everything, and you just need to do the lifting and carrying there. I'll go take care of some last minute haggling then. See you in a bit. Is this something I'm supposed to be paying attention to? Market receipt? Table cactus, iron ore. Thonton, Thontol. Let's see what we can do. I don't want Shan Shan. Where are we? That's Zol Zol. I don't want Zol Zol. That's Thonton there. Is that what I wanted? Purple Remedy? No, not Ulan's Note. Thonton, I want Table Cactus. Is this what I want? Okay, yep. Thonton, Thontol. And then there was one more. Who's that? Let's see. Okay, Nabath Orang Antiques from Mill Mill. Bun bun. Where is Mill Mill? Do one more go around here. Was it Mole Mole? I don't think it was. Might have been. Yeah, it's Mill Mill. Gotta be in other locations, probably. I haven't... No, I've gone back there. I haven't gone over here. Permafrost! You've never been so mad your entire life, only to find that the Beastmaster, well, it says it's on the job list, won't arrive until September. That is so fair. You know, I've never been so mad in my life to find out that Shadowbringers is being added to the free trial, and I've been enjoying it. I will say. Also, I should say thank you for showing up in my chat here. Appreciate you. But this 100% free trial thing, you know, I've just about finished my Eureka. I've finished my Anima. Almost, you know, I've completely finished Zodiac, and suddenly now I've got a whole nother thing to do, and it's Bozja on top of Eureka. Oh boy. What can you do though, you know? But, sorry, I'm speaking Canadian right now, but, thank you for popping in. Thank you for popping in. I do appreciate any viewership I can get. Thol Toll, that's where my ore is. I'll go back into a normal voice for a bit. Yes, once again, thank you. Big thank yous to, I think it's Iron Ore, yes. Big thank yous for just being here and being a part of, my stream. I'm a little tired, I'm a little hungover. There was, a lot happened last night. If you're interested, I can tell you the whole story, but... You wonder if Beastmaster's shield will work the same with paladins, if that makes sense? Well, sort of. I haven't been following too much on the Beastmaster, and I'm not too far on the paladin. I haven't played too much. I got it to level 70, which was cap as of yesterday, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll understand sooner. Oh, beast. Oh, you mean like the shield, like the offhand item? Yeah. How scholars and summer share books share the same thing? Yeah, for glams. It might be interesting. Yeah. Does Beastmaster have a shield? I didn't notice this. I didn't realize this. That'll be interesting. Anyway. Oh, you work for Cassard. Momo has antiques all boxed up and ready for transport. Perfect. Let's grab this antique jar. We'll have an axe and a shield. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Wait, what? Mole. Okay, I gotta go over to Mole. I see. So my earlier instinct was correct when I was looking at the antiques over there. Well, welcome in, Permafrost. Tell me about yourself. What do you do? What are your, not in terms of real life. I'm not asking about real life, but I could be asking about real life if you're interested. What do you do in Final Fantasy? What do you main? What are you working on currently? Whatnot. It's been quite a quiet stream, so I'm not in the mode, I guess, to be chatty and to bring up conversations, but I'm trying to shift over for you. Aye, that's the lot. Alright, good work. Do I go Canadian again? I think I go Canadian again. Alright, let's fucking do it. And quick fucking work there too. Considering you've not set foot in the place before, I thought you were one to sit in the city like the Exarch. Something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately there, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before your turn, but seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag this out in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Gossard, feels like an age since I last saw you. Oh, I gotta go more feminine if I can. I should do voice training. Well there, if it isn't the lovely Telsine. It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alice. I'm supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alice has told me so much about you. You're Suki, aren't you? Whoa. I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh, after hearing all those stories. I'm Telesine. I work a career at the inn. I've gotten to know Alice quite well. Oh? Have you know? Since she took up guard duties there. You know what, Permafrost? If you wanna redeem a hydrate there, I'd really appreciate it. Do you want me to take over as Suki's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it'd be no trouble. Oh, that would be a great help there. Thank you. Well, it looks like you'd be able to head straight out there after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet, I think. Seek me out when you had your fill of meringue, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. And for any of our new viewers, I am just going to pop this into chat. I feel bad advertising so strongly, but hey, if you enjoy what I'm doing, if you want to stick around, if you want to help out, be a part of the stream, get some collaborations, whatever it is, even get some free games. I just got my Humble Bundle. I'm not sure if I have any duplicates, but any duplicates that I have, I send straight into our announcements chat for giveaway. But that's my Discord. Feel free to hop in. Said? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. Well, most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance. The local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many targets today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? I thought you might. Alice was always saying how much you... I mean, let's get going, shall we? I wonder what she was gonna say. Okay, okay. Off we go. Off we pop. The music's nice and fixed now too. Take care of this animal here. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Where you been? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I always thought Alice was strong, but in her mind, she was never, No, it makes sense. Well, we should push on. Might be best if you can scout ahead and clear any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Sandy guy. We haven't been getting as many view bots lately. Bot advertises. For that I am glad. I know Siri's handling most of them, but I haven't even done. I think I got one message out about them. Is the turtle gonna go away? Hope so. There we go. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snaring from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest of them have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. We need to get these supplies to the inn. Alright, off we pop. Suppose I could go back there and get that area as well. Maybe a little later. Oh, I need to level up Blue Mage, don't I? I've got a whole set of new Blue Mage stuff to do. That'll be a shame. Oh, so much to do. First do Yoshi. But also bless you. Seems you have ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but first let's head inside, shall we? Let's see, is this gonna be a voice cutscene? I hope so. Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alice arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted, and a handful of carers. You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alice who is so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up, so knowing someone who... I'll leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alize give you the full explanation. Now, where is she? Already halfway through. This one went a lot quicker. I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out on the south side, and soon you'll see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. I'd typically jump at the opportunity to do Cassie prep, but not today. Leaf! Leaf, how long have you been here? Oh, Leaf, my beloved. Leaf, did you hear about what happened to me last night? Did I say in Discord? No worries, no worries. I know you're primarily a lurker, if I remember correctly, so... Either way, we're glad you're here. Very, very glad you're here. Alice is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints in the ground, and they look to be about the right size. Here, I'll drink some more. She has small feet. Look at that. Well, you know what they say about big feet. Zuki's a girl, but you know. Anyway. Clearly, I don't need my hydrate, but I'm gonna take it anyway. Thank you so much. I fell asleep on the bathroom floor. So not just any floor. We'll walk a little bit over this way and we'll go away. There we go. Grace! So glad to have you. Anyway, we're doing a little bit of Shadowbringers today. It's been fun so far. Done a good amount of quests so far. I think we're gonna finish off this set, and then the next set, which is only 2, and then we'll call it a day. Good, referring to which? Referring to the fact that I fell asleep on the bathroom floor? If so, I'd agree. What the hell? Pretty.
Get back here!
And the bathroom floor is the best thing in the world when super drunk? Yeah, honestly it was. It was like somewhat embarrassing.
Is that... It can't be.
I'm gonna shut up for a minute here. Kesha coded? Yeah.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about.
Don't get too big for your britches for it.
I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner. how are you?
Is it weird to say? Alice kind of reminds me of my Nana. I think any British woman kind of reminds me of my
We
Nana.
fought them to a standstill then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the Flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the First tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the Flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason, which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
Alright. It's just a matter of time, more or less. More for some, less for others. And those patients will all become monsters in the end. To add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Telesin and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can share with you now. Will you help me finish my patrol, of course? Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a sin eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your aether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Alright, Sin Eater time. Who up eating they sin? Another forgiven paladin. Yum. Well, I mean, it could be tasty. What if your sin is blood? Imagine if you tasty that. Gluttonous behaviors on its quality field. Yes, true. Jollibee chicken sandwich. You missed it, but Chocola paid me actual money to buy myself a Jollibee sandwich so that he could get the emote. And I am eternally grateful for him for feeding me. It's like a $50 deposit to some random guy on the internet. Jollibee chicken sandwich. Am I quiet? Should I move closer to the mic? I'm sorry, I'm a little ways away. Let me get nice and close. Chat, can you hear me now? The music is a little louder. How's that? Could be better. Is that too much for you? I'm sorry, Lee. I get like 3 times louder when I go all the way up to the mic. And I do my little whispers. Yeah, I'm starting to think that the dynamic was a bad call, but we'll see. How's this feeling for you, Leaf? Is this a little bit better? I'm like relatively close, but not right up in it. Solid and clear. Perfect. The issue becomes I get like uncomfortable sometimes. One sec. How did you fare? I thought there might be 1 or 2 lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it for yourself, but individually these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the void scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to cull their ranks often enough that their number won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out and play, and you've certainly helped on that front. Let us report our victories to tell us, and shall we? Yeah. Flubbing over my words. Alice tells me you've helped out on her patrol. You have my thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alice missed your company. Everything is always, if Suki were here, she would... That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I'm simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Suki's methods. Oh, they're seeing each other. They absolutely are. Honestly, after seeing it in action, I can understand why. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. Alice's not gonna like that. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. Ta-da! Level up. I'm also gonna clear... What is Flower? Flower double stream today. Oh boy, Leaf. Flower's doing some deadlocked. I will not be offended if you leave. Just saying. She stopped earlier. No, she just went live. 10:22. You just have 3 streams open, no Viggy? Then fair enough. I'd love to lay out a welcoming meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alice? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help with. Oh, her interwebs died, I see. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder. While we do that, could we tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Names are Ponwill, Talden, and Herrick. They may not give you something much in the way of response, but I promise they'll be pleased to see someone new. Look at you. Halric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened to something akin to plaster. You've seen the patients. How were they? Good, that's good. I knew they'd enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Halric, though. I have to speak with the other carers. I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion then. I was going to take Suki to Mordsuk. If you have any errands that need doing... Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick a nectarine from the markets, please? Kissart's caravan just passed through, so Ronron should have some fresh food. Come then, Suki. There's something I want you to see. I could do voice acting. I'd be great at it. I don't know. I'm not changing voices. I appreciate it, though. Thank you, Leaf. I appreciate you always trying to uplift me. I'm not sure that my voice sounds as good as you're saying it does, but it does warm my heart. It does warm my heart. I really appreciate you, Leaf. Thank you so much. Come then, Suki, there's something I want you to see. Right after we stop at Ronron's stall, of course. I'm not super confident in my ability, but I'm glad that you're confident in mine. It means something for sure. Let's see here. I suppose I could teleport if I didn't have aggro. Practice would help. You just gotta talk to yourself with silly voices more, yeah. Yeah, I could try. I wouldn't mind. I'm still upset that my voice for the, did you hear that one when I was doing the dragon? Didn't come through as much? Can't remember how I did it. What was it? I could try to read the next voice line with it, but I don't know that it'll come through because of the mic. I'll keep Ron regular. We'll do it another time. There's a fearsome foe. Oh, back again! You need another taste of Ronron's wares. Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. No, don't worry, don't worry. Hope everything is okay, Leaf. Gods, I've never seen a Mord merchant give something away for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. No, not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best regulars for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's our shopping tour taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetherite to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Let's say, you can't be too timing. You can't be too timing. I don't know, maybe you're Polly. Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glaze Wigglers, you actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, okay? Only once. Never fails, shall we?
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Alright, let's turn back down that audio. But there should be fine. I'm glad to be able to show you that. When it comes to the understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the NP wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing. And I need you to know beyond a doubt that Telesin has no other choice. This nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The Kers are truly fond of their words, and you would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Oh, I never attuned? God damn it. I think that there was a chocobo over here, right? Yes. Okay, we'll use the flyer. Leaf Tails remained redeemed hydrate. You're not gonna do it for real? I'm gonna hydrate. I'll hydrate still, but you run out of points, Leaf. I asked Flower about how long they plan to go because I might want to raid for Flower. I'll cut that as 2 hydrates. I'll finish off this drink. There you go. I left? Left us how? You were also chatting in that chat. Don't act like you aren't cheating on me. Cheating on your streamer? Maybe I shouldn't have hydrated. No proof? Oh, there's proof. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? Thank you. Alice has explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. We may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Harlick for now. Thanks to you, though, if the time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces wearing the patience. I think it's time for that welcome meal. What, don't you? Take a seat, then I'll make us a nice stew. Ah!
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
My voice isn't so different from hers when I do
You've
it.
added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
At least when I'm saying it myself and hearing it from my own
Well,
voice.
it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so
Not
I
through
may
the
have
mic.
thrown in a few extra bits and bobs. That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrand could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone, we'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the end. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he wouldn't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, please be alright. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. Give me a sec here. Under attack, Unforgiven Folly. Is this going to be Halric? I'm going to have killed Halric. I wonder if just walking over this way will get it to go away. There we go. Just won't leave me alone. It's gonna re-aggro on me, isn't it? Okay, I'll just kill it. Sorry, chat. Just sorry, because it's a waste of time. It's a nuisance, waste of time. Anyway.
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
Well, I'm glad you're here to vibe and chill. I don't know, I'm very particular sometimes.
Did you see the size of that thing?
Oh, I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna open up my my honey roast cashews.
Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
Is that... Oh no!
This brand is pretty mid, not gonna lie. She's a badass. Oh, are you kidding? Alice's girlfriend, no!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Is but a flesh wound. I'm sorry, that's so funny to me. His stare. This is really fucked up, but she'll walk that off, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately that is GG's. I'm sure she'll come back as like a boss for something. Sorry about your girlfriend, Alice. Do better, be better. Well, do you wanna redeem a hydrate or send your copy pasta there? Just to send off the last little couple of quests here. Alright, here's your reward. Not sure if that picked up or not. Hope it did. You want me to set up a VIP redeem? I can also just give you VIP. We can count your hydrates towards it. If you want to save up, that's all on you. That's all on you. You can do so. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Oh, another one? Another one? I see. Let's put it this way, you're one of my most devoted hydrators. I don't think I'm taking away your earned place. I think you've earned that place. I think if anyone has, it's you. We do love and appreciate you, Leaf. This is the last quest for this area. Tears on the Sand. Alice. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them. To me. Sorry to interrupt there. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? There wasn't even a fight. I was late. Too slow. I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for the things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to the decision. I won't be continuing my role here. I hope you'll forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Talison's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving at this very moment. I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light, blinding without cease, is the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But if we corrected the balance, if it were only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. No there, hold on. Everyone knows there's too much fucking light. But how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole fucking world. That's right. We should return to the Crystaltarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I've gained here to hurt them. I appreciate it. Thank you, Leaf. If I ever find a gig like that, or if you discover one, you can send it my way. We're gonna... Oh, wait. Did I attune? I don't think I did. Okay, I did. Alright, on our way back. I will say, you're encouraging me to step up my game. I'll work harder for you, Leaf. I'll make you proud. I think earlier I just didn't have the energy at all, but I'm starting to regain some energy, especially as I've had a couple, you know. Giga tender. Exactly. I'll keep it in mind. I don't know that I'll actively search, but if you do find something and you think I might be interested in it, feel free to send it my way. I'd appreciate it. Give me Suki. I could not stay there a moment longer. I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the end battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight in my own way, with steel, gods above. It feels like an age ago now though. Miss Alice, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest, Amaro. I need to return the crystallarium immediately. As you wish, there. One day I'll be the new Sea Dog VA. One of these days. Remind me to wear my goggles if we're ever to fly over Amareg again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head a little bit at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch, and we need to talk about how we're going to wipe out the Sin-Eaters. Alright, let's teleport on over. I think for both I'm going to the same place. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word, and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. I'll start with Alice, because that's the one that's most fresh. Thank you for seeking me out, Suki. It meant a lot to have you there at my side, and looking at Alphino, I'd say he's as eager to begin this discussion as I am. Interesting. There's different voice lines depending on how you've done it. I say we lay our experiences before the Exarch and step back to see what kind of picture they make. Then we can decide where to go from here. Ah, it's good to be back amongst friends. Not to mention my dear sister. I've not seen her for quite some time, but I gather she is as keen to press on with our plans as I am. And you've seen quite a lot of the first for yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done. Is it voice?
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin-Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin-Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmore might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin-Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity. Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then. In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed. At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Alright. Hallminster Switch is north of Lakeland. We had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium, and at the crossroads northwest of Vassenor Gate. I shall lead you there myself. I think we'll finish this dungeon, and then the next quest over, and that should finish off our main chunk of quests, and then I think we'll raid out. I'm not sure, for those in chat right now, would you like to see me do the job quests at some point? Or is that something you'd be okay with me doing on my own? Doing good work? Thank you, thank you. You don't know anything? That's fair, that's fair. I think I might grind a little bit after stream. And maybe just do a bit of a Eureka, a bit of whatever it is. I might not as well. I am a little tired. We are approaching 6 hours, so I said I'd keep it short this stream. I definitely lied when I said that, so we'll wrap up pretty soon. Maybe try to get an early night. Gemstone trader. Interesting. Short relative to like 24-hour streams, yeah. I could do a 24-hour stream. Is that something you're interested in? Should I set like a goal for a 24-hour stream? Subathon might be fun. I don't think I have the viewership for a subathon yet though. Could not do or partake in a 24-hour stream? Well, I could. I could. I wouldn't expect you to stay the entire time, of course. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. I've done crazier things. Don't you worry. How far beyond? It's across the map. Are you kidding? That's what they call me. Crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. Rubber room filled with rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. It is interesting how grayscale the world is. Gray and pink. believe this is a dungeon here. Should I attune? I might as well attune. And I can figure out what this gemstone trader is all about. It is nice to be doing an expansion and getting the chance to show everyone kind of my process and how I go through expansions. Because I did everything on my own prior. Got another thing to collect over here. Either current. That'll make me a little faster as well. Leaf, I know you said you don't have the time to put into Final Fantasy. Would you be willing to give it a shot? Given that I wouldn't be asking too much time. Just like a bit here and there. You'd be welcome to join the VC, you wouldn't have to chat or anything, but I'd be very happy to have you. Once again, if that sounds overwhelming to you, just take it as it is, in the sense that this is a compliment, and that I trust you, and I feel like you'd be a good person to hang out with. You need not respond to any of that, even. I'd love to teach you the ins and outs of this game, but that's only if you're willing. Focus, yeah. You really would like to, but it's not a good time in life. Yeah, that makes sense. It does make sense. Just let me know. Let me know. I'll keep trying to convince you and coerce you. Well, Mr. Switch is past these gates and through the woods. It is not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but we occupy the same region. We have built something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we've seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villages, but half as many remain. Judging by the numbers of the Eaters present, we have good reason to believe that a Light Warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have a chance to slay a Warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a Warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile aether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, a reckless young swordswoman perhaps, and turn into a brand new Warden. Oh, well, you can leave that particular country to us. I must ask that the gods stand down and allow us to engage this leader of Eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life that we can. But what if? Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well. Then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leviers, Captain Lanya, and last but not least... I did in real life, too. Formidable group indeed. Into Hallminster we go. Once we reach the Light Warden, do not hold back. We strike to kill. Now I could queue up, but I think it'd be more story-based if I do it as... this way. Who do we keep and who do we leave? Thank you for the hydrate. I'll let you choose. Do we do the Exarch? Do we want the Exarch in the party, or do we want the Alice twins, Alice Alphanon, and Lynia? I do kind of want to keep Lynia in. Feel weird to keep her out. I don't mind this layout, but if you have any thoughts either way, Leaf, let me know. Lynia is so cute, right? She's so cute. They've really knocked it out of the park with the designs. Twins are cute. You don't have any strong feelings about the Exarch? Okay, we'll stick with this, I think. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide if we change anything. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I will take that hydrate and we will register for duty. Let's go. Cuteness is the only decisive factor. I would tend to agree with you there, Hag. Not Hag, Leaf. I swear to God, I'm not calling you a hag. This camera work is making me... It's reflecting the way I feel right now. Let's just put it that way. Whoa, is that the light one? Let's pick you up. We'll do a nice big pull. I would love it if my healer healed. Heal, please, healer. Thank you. The NPCs aren't quite great at wall-to-walls. So I do have to be on top of my game. I've got my heal right here. Thank you very much. Let's go pull.
Thank you.
One last enemy here. And we move on. Off we go. I'll do another one here, just in case. And I'm going to need to get ready with my mitigations here. I think we are ready for the next boss here. Heals, thank you. Slow everyone down a little bit. Hope that I can finish in time. I'd like to raid Flower tonight. They raided me last time. I know it's not as much as they've given me, but I'd like to pay it back in some small way. Leaf, do you have the status update on Flower? How are they doing? Are they giving signs of, I know it's the wrong way to see it. Don't worry about it. Maybe I will give them some stuff as well. She's still going if that helps. Okay, that's good to hear. It's very rare that we line up, so... Oh, and of course you hop out of my salted earth. Drag you right back into the middle. I want to pop a mitigation for this and a Darkest Night. Put my Darkest Night right out. Let me see what these do. Oh, that's brutal. Wait. Come back this way. Thank you very much. Drop a salted earth. And continue to hack away. Now again, entertaining the idea that there is a world where you start to play Final Fantasy XIV. What classes, what jobs are you interested in if you were to do so? I'm not sure that you have the knowledge yet to give me a confident answer there, but I'm playing a Dark Knight right now. We have casters, we have healers, we have DPSs.
For the Crystarium! You underestimate me!
The Lollifies, I see. What do you typically play in games like these? We'll go by role. Are you a DPS, a healer, or a tank? If you're a DPS, are you a caster, a range, or a melee? We're going based off vibes here. You don't need to know anything about the game. Well, you have to understand, like, I understand how that might make you feel, but keep in mind that, like, they are, again, a lolly race, and I don't know, oh fuck, I should have been paying more attention. Yeah, it's a bit of a odd place, right? That being said, I mean, people who are that way should be able to participate in their own way. I just, the reasons why people don't appreciate them in clubs is, it's important to consider that too. Because it is ranger or fighter? I see. You probably play a bard. I could see you as a bard. I'm quiet again. I'll move closer. Is it in comparison to the game audio or just in general? I appreciate it. I'll turn down the game audio just a bit. This should be much better. Yeah, now that pew pew is happening, exactly. One of these days I'll fix all of my audio problems. Until then, audio remains my biggest op. Anyway, I was saying I could see you as a bard. I'm not sure if you agree with that assessment. I could send you the details on bard sooner or later if you were interested. So sleeping on the bathroom wasn't the only thing that happened last night. I also cried a lot. It was a very emotional night. You don't like complicated? Magic tends to be complicated. Bards are... they're not complicated. And the way I said that probably doesn't convince you, but they are not complicated. Oh, there's the boss. There's that lady. Alice's girlfriend. Crying is good. And Polina was quite worried about me. I think there's this whole idea that boys don't cry, right? But I cry. There's been a lot going on in my life, and my partner has not messaged me in quite some time, and I have not messaged them because I'm sick of being the only one that tries to communicate. So yeah. So I was just talking about that and kind of my struggle with asexuality and trying to find partners that are okay with the way that I am and respect me. Anyway. It's just frustrating when you give everything that you can to somebody and they don't sort of... there's no reciprocity, right? It's a shame that we're gonna have to kill this lady. Alice doesn't seem too phased. She just said, "So this is where you went." But it was a very good experience to kind of get it out to a group of people that I knew nothing about. You can't love somebody into loving you no matter how big your love is, yeah. Sort of a rough thing. I don't know how this works. Oh, I see. It's targets. So lately I've been thinking about potential ways to end it. I wanted to go to therapy first, but At this point, I think it's time. I think the most frustrating thing for me is it seems like... How do I put this? It seems like every time I bring up the problems that I have with the relationship, she brings up the same problems. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lee. I'm not sure that I do, but I appreciate it nonetheless. She brings up the same sort of problems, which is really frustrating because it almost becomes like a defense. It's like, okay, well, if we're experiencing the same thing, then I've got these ideas for solutions to deal with that. It's okay to be wrong. I've got these solutions for dealing with that, and I'm trying to reach them. But instead, I just feel like I'm the only person voicing these issues, and nothing gets done about them on either end. Yeah. It is her first relationship, so I do understand it to an extent. I suppose it's not her first, but the other one could barely be called a relationship. It was more of a situationship. Anyway, that's enough sad Suki talk. I already cried my heart out yesterday night. I don't need to do it another night. But it was quite a significant day yesterday. Just to be able to get everything out and exist in a space where I feel unencumbered and unjudged. That's a shame. Oh, I'm definitely gonna die here. We wanna pop? Seemingly not. What about these ones? No? What about these ones? Doesn't seem that way. Anyway, I'm sure she'd have her own story to tell. The shame that I can't give people her story to tell because she doesn't want to communicate about it. It's her right, I suppose, but I would love to be able to give her the benefit of the doubt. I still do care about her. Okay, what's gonna pop first? Over there? Sure. Is this one where we're gonna have to do pulls one by one? Seems that way. I think the whole thing just leaves me with a lot of anxiety that I don't otherwise need in my life. Sort of using this as a journal, I hope that's okay. Leaves me with a lot of anxiety that I otherwise don't need in my life, and then that anxiety leaches into everything else, you know? Start thinking that everybody hates me, nobody wants to be around me, and utterly unwanted. But that's kind of a big part of why I started streaming in the first place. Because I definitely was in a place where I felt like I needed more friends. there's more people around who sort of understood me and were here for kind of the same things that I am. No, not which. Sorry, I talked very fast. And I've been able to meet so many lovely people through this. Like even when I started in Flowers chat, and I maybe was talking about my stream a little bit too much, and I understand that now, but no, I appreciate it. I wouldn't have taken it that way anyways. I feel like I'm very self-deprecative, and I maybe need to work on that. But you don't need to worry, Leaf. Like I said before, you're one of my loveliest friends in the chat here, so I would never assume the worst of you. Only the best of you. I've done this for Scarlet, but I would also consider having you as a mod. Unpaid, of course, which would mean that I have no expectation that you do any kind of mod duties, but if that sounds enticing to you, you can let me know. You can take advantage of me for all I'm worth? Not a whole lot, but I appreciate it. Yeah, don't let it put anything on the plate here. Like, I'm not trying to pressure you, but it's more of like a commitment. Like, if you are in chat and you see something, you say something and you deal with it. But even that's a lot for some people, so I wouldn't expect anything from you. You're just making a bit. Yes, yes. Ooh, you got titles now. The Light Warden. I do think this dungeon is going to be the last thing we do tonight. If you'd like to, absolutely. And yeah, it's the same for any of my mods. It's like I don't expect anything out of them. I can handle most of mod duties myself. I'm quite a small channel. But it's nice to have a couple of extra people backing me on occasion. And it's more of a show that, like, hey, I trust you. I trust you enough to have a little bit of power in my chat, and even abuse it a little bit if you'd like. I'm saying it more generally, like there's a few people, I would probably say the same for Hag, there's a few people in my chat that I trust to a degree that I would be willing to give them some power, because they've been around long enough and I know that they're kind and they represent my values, right? Anyway, I digress. Like I said, I'm sorry if I put you on the spot at all. Anyway, we're going to finish this up, and then I think we are going to raid out nice and quick. We've got a rotation here. Ooh, I'm right in the middle of the rotation. That's a shame. And I'm in the middle of the rotation again. Okay, I'm gonna stand right over here. Oh, it's a double. I'm throwing. Ooh, boy. You can tell I'm starting to get tired. But it keeps the stream entertaining. Cannot be win after win. GG's. Look at us go. You got probably a couple little cutscenes left here. Thank you, thank you. Man, I really had to carry, huh? My NPC party.
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption.
Magicite? Perhaps me?
The blessing of light. And the hero who wields it now stands before you.
Ooh. I wonder in lore how Suki feels about this. I'll have to write some more. should write soon.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
And so we brought the shadow. You could call us a Shadowbringer. We're shadow bringing it back. The sky.
It can't be.
What's happening?
It's so beautiful. The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky, as it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed, but for the present, I beg you, stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
The Warrior of Darkness, John Meteor Fantasy. I'll become the warrior you need.
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exar, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person.
Darkness compels me.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin-Eater is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
Now, it's not so much of a cliffhanger, unless this throws us into another cutscene, but I think that is where we're going to end, at the end of this cutscene. Ooh, well, it's right here. Fine. How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one, nonetheless. Alright. It has been real. I've had such a great time tonight, as I do every night that I spend with all of you. We are going to raid out. We are going to try to raid Flower. I know they're going to end very, very soon, but... Is Flower still around? Yes, they are. Alright, here we go. Thank you, Leaf. Flower is lovely. Flower is so, so nice. That's her whole thing. She was the one who inspired me to even start streaming. So please, 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 show your Suki best and be so kind and nice as spice and whatever Flower says. I don't know. Anyway, love you all. Goodbye. Good night. Raid message? Just Suki raid. I don't know. Just say hi. Just say, Flower, you're lovely. Anyway, I digress. I'll see you all later.